of the Preston County Livestock Association, we'd like to welcome you all here. This is the 4th year that we have done the Appalachian Youth Livestock Showcase, and each year it just gets better and better. We will begin with a prayer and the playing of our national anthem, and then we have an awesome MC here today, Mr. H.R. Scott, that will go through some things and introduce our judge. So without further ado, we're going to kick this off, and I would just ask that you bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this glorious day and all the blessings that you have given to each and every one of us. We ask that you help us throughout the day, conquer whatever needs conquered with a good attitude and the best sportsman-like conduct that we can have. We ask traveling mercies for all these families that have come out here today to participate, and we just ask that you bless all of our volunteers, all these youth, just to continue to strive to put forth the most excellent image of you that you see fit, and just bless this event and just bless everyone here. And it's in your precious name we pray. Amen. Please stand for the national anthem. Thank you. Also, one more important announcement. Today we have Miss Caroline Arison here. She's going to be our photographer for the event. So she'll be getting all sorts of awesome ring shots of your youth exhibitors that you can check out on the Facebook page at a later time. She'll have a link that we will share with everyone. So make sure you check those out.
Good morning, everyone. We would like to welcome you to the Appalachian Youth Livestock Showcase 2025. We're starting out this morning with our Swine Showmanship, and our first class is our Pee Wee Showmanship. This is 0 to 8. And we got, looks like we got everybody here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Starting with seniors? Oh, they put Pee Wee. Okay, we'll switch. Must have.
And then also, if you want to do our judge's bio.
Okay.
She's right there beside you there.
This one. Okay. We're starting with seniors. No wonder my numbers didn't match what was down there. We're looking for Kyra Rinker, Maddie Engel, Krista Rinker, Lydia Scheller, and Christopher Engel. That will be your entries coming into the ring, and you follow the directions of your judge. Our judge today is Paige Miller, and she's from Torrington, Wyoming, where her and her family own and operate M. Lazy Heart Ranch, a diversified club calf, feed store, and feedlot operation. She currently serves as a manager at the feed store, marketing product and consulting with a multitude of producers across the region. Paige graduated from Butler Community College, where she was an integral member of their junior college co-team of the year. Among the many accolades, she was the high individual at the North American in Louisville, Kentucky, frequently named high individual in oral reasons, and tallied in as an academic All-American. She completed her education and collegiate judging career at Colorado State University as an ag business major. Paige's commitment to the next generation has afforded her the opportunity to evaluate shows and work with youth in 27 states. We would like to welcome Paige to West Virginia. As you know, and you can see here on the wall, we take a lot of sponsors to make this activity happen. And we'd like to ask you to make sure you help these sponsors along with supplies that you need and cater to them. And as we go through the show, we'll list these various individuals, but starting out with our platinum sponsors, Ace Aggregates and Ace Materials, J&K Livestock, Solder Rock Excavating, Insurance Centers Incorporated, J.W. Wilhelm Ag Fencing, LLC, Spike's Chimney Sweep, Wagner Septic Service, Titan Roofing, Prodigy Fiber to Home, Lubricin HA, The Farmer's Daughter LLC, Nicholas Enterprises LLC, Stone Asphalt LLC, Lowe's of Oakland, Grant County Mulch, Stone Farms, Mountain Digital Hometown TV, and Affordable Signs Unlimited. These are the platinum sponsors, and we'll get the others listed shortly.
Well, good morning. I know I'm certainly excited to be here today, and I hope that you all are as well. I think an excellent way to go ahead and lead off with senior showmanship, and maybe not huge on numbers here, but a lot of quality to be found in these showmen. I went ahead and placed them from the bottom up. These top two that are out here I've yet to place. I'll just talk about the pair of them and get you a champion and a reserve after that. I think the young man comes out here with a lot of intensity and a lot of presence. I like the way he came out of the gate. He was probably the smoothest within this group about that, and I really like how he's so smooth in terms of the motions that he makes, and very, very intent on where I'm at within the ring. A young lady that's directly in front of me also does an incredible job. You'll learn as we go through showmanship here and throughout the day. Intensity is very, very important to me in showmanship, and she's very good when it comes to that aspect. She too is really smooth. I like the way she takes big, long passes with that barrow. She's going to be your champion. Young man's going to be your reserve. As we get the young lady in the purple shirt out here in third, honestly, she gave these other two a run for their money because she too is just dead set on where I'm at within the ring. I think she maybe looks just a little uncomfortable in terms of her posture in comparison to those two. I'd like to see her just get down, maybe take her hand off that brush in her pocket, and then get that gilt going on smoother, longer passes, and when she takes a turn around those corners, doesn't want to, I'd like to see her not have that one pivot on her rear two, and more so take more of a U-shaped turn. Young lady that comes out with the white hog here in fourth also does an excellent job. I think she's very good in terms of being calm and collected. Maybe for me, want to see just a little bit more in terms of intensity and in terms of getting that one going at a smooth, consistent pace. And the young lady that rounds out this group also is a very, very good showman. I think that she probably puts a lot of work in at home with this barrow. I just want to see her get that one going and to have him grab another gear when he's going out here in the ring. But let's give these senior showmen a really big round of applause as they exit.
In our senior showmanship, Matty Engel was the champion. Your reserve was Christopher Engel. Your third place was Lydia Schiller. Fourth place, Krista Rinker. And fifth place, Kaya Rinker, excuse me. Now we got our intermediate classes coming up. We're looking in class 4, Eli Baker, Kristen Ritchie, Cole Blosser, Peyton Edwards, and Allison Owens. Continuing with our sponsorship, your gold sponsors are GEC Incorporated, Mike Towing, Phillips Livestock, Polis Seal Coating LLC, White House Cattle, Transava Genetics, Preston Contractors Incorporated, Clear Mountain Bank, Stone Backflow Services, LEL Farm and Garden Market, Farm Credit of the Virginias, Wade Mayfield Memorial Fund, Anderson Excavating, Jennings Excavating, Modern Homestead, and Senator Randy Smith. These are our gold sponsors. The silver sponsor this year is Westmar Angus, and we also have friends of the ag sponsors, which is Dean Farms, Jenkins Family Farm, Meadowview Farm and Supply and Furniture, LLC, Fairfax Pines Labrador Retrievers, Preston County FFA Alumni, and Phelps LLC. Would like to offer a special thank you to Mountain Digital Hometown TV, Kingwood Volunteer Fire Department, Kingwood Parks and Recreation, the West Virginia Department of Agriculture, and all the volunteers that help make this possible.
Went ahead and pulled 3 young individuals that are in the pens there to come back for the champion drive in our intermediate showmanship class. The 2 young ladies that'll be going back to their pens or back to their trailers both still do an excellent job. Maybe just don't match up to the others in terms of intensity and in terms of having control of their hogs at all times, going at a smooth, consistent pace. I'm going to start to sound like a broken record here with the things that I prioritize, but it's honestly just a few things. And at this point, especially in intermediate showmanship, they're still very, very talented as a whole, and it's just little things that make excellent showmen. Congratulations to those 3. Let's give these 2 young ladies a hand as they exit.
She wants us to wait a minute till they get caught up here. So I'll be with you in just a second. Where'd she go? The 2 returning out of this class 4 will be Peyton Edwards and Allison Owens.
The ones returning are in the pens.
Oh, well, I need those numbers. I'm not getting numbers. I'm sorry. It'll be the other 3. I got them. I'm sorry. Those were the 2 that was dismissed. I misunderstood. The 3 on the side will be returning, which is Ellie Baker, Kristen Ritchie, and Cole Blosser. Is she ready yet? All right, we'll go with class 5. Caden Koo, Lane Kister, Lena C., Emily Lanano Padella, Brogan Feck.
Another nice group of intermediates that we get out here. I went ahead and pulled 2 this time, and I will note, not talking to these young individuals that I'm excusing one-on-one. I encourage you kiddos, for the sake of time, to come and talk to me after the show if you have any questions about yourself or your showmanship or your animal in particular, but I know we got a lot to get through today. I think this group, as they're going to exit the ring, they do a great job in terms of putting effort in. Sometimes that's all that it takes, but I think the 3 of them all need to work on just getting out in front of me. I know sometimes your dancing partner doesn't always want to work with you just perfect, but trying your absolute hardest to get out in front of me and give me those viewpoints that I want to see is very, very important. Let's give these 3 a round of applause as they exit.
Returning will be Lane Kister and Emma Padilla to come back in for our championship drive along with Cole Blosser, Kristen Ritchie, and Eli Baker. This is your intermediate drive that we're doing right now.
Well, an excellent intermediate showmanship drive that we have out here. To lead off, I went ahead and placed 3rd through 5th already and spoke to those young men about the things that they do well and the things that maybe I'd like to see them change as they go on throughout their show careers. But nonetheless, showmanship all comes down to personal preference, and they all 3 do an excellent job. I'm sure as somebody else's opinion may be different on another day. These 2 young individuals that I've yet to place, though, they rise to the top for me just in terms of the intensity and the style that I'm looking for. I think both of them in their heat and in this drive here have been so incredibly consistent about eye contact and about making sure they know where I'm at and making sure I always have a good viewpoint of these hogs out here. I think the difference, the young man in the pink shirt is maybe just a little bit slower in terms of the pace that he takes that barrow at, but I don't mind it actually because he's smoother and he's easier to find, to be frank with you. He's just so incredibly consistent, like I had said, in terms of making smooth turns and in terms of getting that barrow going at the same pace so he doesn't wear down as we get out here today. Young lady, like I said, she too is incredibly intense. I think she's working her butt off out here with this barrow, and kudos to her for that. Maybe just not quite as easy to find. I think maybe she's just a little bit rougher in terms of her turns and in terms of the way that she utilizes that whip, but absolutely love the intensity and the eye contact there as well. Young man will be your champion. Young lady will be your reserve.
In your intermediate showmanship class, Eli Baker first, 2nd, Kristen Ritchie, 3rd, Lane Kister, 4th, Cole Glosser, 5th, Emiliano Padella. That completes the intermediates. We now move into our junior classes. In Class 2, Jake Henderson, Kaylin Barker, Griffith McCroby, Peyton Kister, Garin Lawson, Eli DeGarmo, Josie Aish, Grayson Barker, Mallory Lax, Owen C. This is our junior showmanship first class.
pulled 4 young individuals from our first heat of juniors here, and honestly, that was a tough decision because each and every one of them does an excellent job out here. I think what set those individuals apart, I think showmanship begins once you hit that front pen, and they did the best job about getting out in a smooth manner, especially with the young lady helping them get their pen open and closed. Take advantage of that and be ready to rock and roll as soon as you hit those wood chips, and even beforehand, know where I'm at, know that you need to be ready to go. But like I had said, all of them did an excellent job. Maybe just want to work on some things, not only the pen situation, but also just being consistent, like I've been talking all morning so far about your pace and about making sure that I know where you're at and you know where I'm at all times. But a great job to all of them out here. Let's give these individuals a hand as they exit.
In our Class 2 returning will be Jake Henderson, Kaylin Barker, Peyton Kister, Garwin Lawson. We now have Class 3 in our junior division, Kaylee Fight, Taylor Kister, Briley Boyer, Graceland McCroby, Wyatt Calhoun, Sadie Rosenberger, Camber Reiser, Logan LaRue, Taylor McNair, and Emmeline Feck.
Only pulled one young lady from this heat because I'm confident that the 5 that I have in the pens over there are the absolute best within this group. I think junior showmanship is difficult because you have some that are coming right out of being a novice showman, and some that are getting ready to hit that intermediate age group. And there's a lot of learning and a lot of experience that happens in these younger years. I think this group all does an excellent job, and like I had said earlier, if you young individuals have questions about yourselves in particular, I'd be happy to answer them following the show here. Great as a whole in terms of this group and getting out here and putting some effort in. Just need to keep working at home and need to keep practicing as you go on throughout your show careers. Let's give these individuals all a really big hand as they exit for getting out here today.
Returning from Class 3 will be Taylor Kister. He'll join the individuals from Class 2 for your drive for your junior showmanship.
Well, once again, a very competitive group, a junior showman. Like I've been doing in the other age divisions, I placed and spoke with the young individuals that are in the pens back there. They all do a great job, and I told them the things that they do well and the things that maybe place them where they are today. These two, though, are very, very similar in terms of style and in terms of the way that they get out here and they utilize their whip and they utilize the ring. I think these two young individuals could play with the champions in the intermediates and in the senior age divisions, and that's what makes it fun. I think both of them are so consistent in terms of their passes and in terms of their turns and in terms of the way that they utilize their whip. Young man's Gilt's wanting to get just a little bit cranky out here, and I don't blame her because I've taken just a little longer on this age division, but nonetheless, there's minor differences between the pair of them. I'll put the mic down and shake the hand of your champion and then your reserve, but let's give them a really big round of applause.
In our junior showmanship drive, your champion was Garen Lawson. Second was Peyton Kister. Third was Jake Henderson. Fourth was Taylor Kister. And fifth was Kaylin Barker. Now we have our Pee Wee showmanship. Peyton Barker, Kason Wiles, Boone Foley, Adley Lawson, Eliza DeGarmo, Rayleigh Harris, Meredith Fike, Oakley Lewis, and Olivia Marple. Once again, I'd like to remind you about the platinum sponsors that we have that help make this show available. And there are posters over here to my left or across from you all in the bleachers. We ask that you support those to the best of your ability through the year, help make this a good show for the youth. Ice Aggregates and Ace Materials, J&K Livestock, Solid Rock Excavating Incorporated, Insurance Centers Incorporated, J.W. Wilhelm Ag Fencing LLC, Spike's Chimney Sweep, Wagner Septic Service, Titan Roofing, Prodigy Fiber to Home, the Brayson H.A., the Farmer's Daughter LLC, Nicholas Enterprises LLC, Stone Asphalt LLC, Lowe's of Oakland, Grant County Mulch, Stone Farms, Mountain Digital Hometown TV, and Affordable Signs Unlimited. For those of you that may have joined us lately, our judge today is Paige Miller from Torrington, Wyoming, where her and her family own and operate the M. Lazy Heart Ranch, a diversified club calf, feed store, and feedlot operation. She currently serves as a manager at the feed store, marketing product, and consulting with a multitude of producers across the region. Paige attended Butler Community College, where she was an integral member of their junior college co-team of the year. Among her accolades, she was the high individual at the North American in Louisville, Kentucky, and frequently named high individual in oral reasons, and tallied as an academic All-American. She completed her education and collegiate livestock judging career at Colorado State University as an ag business major. Paige's commitment to the next generation has afforded her the opportunity to evaluate shows and work with youth in 27 states.
Great way to round out showmanship as we get out here in our Pee Wee division, and certainly some distance or some difference in age as we get out here. Some of these kiddos are getting ready to be in the junior division, and some are just starting out, which is awesome. So kudos to all of you kiddos for getting out here and putting some effort in today. I'll be honest, I'd much rather tell you what I'd like to change about your livestock than what I'd like to change about your kids. So I'm not going to say a whole lot other than great job to all of you. I want the crowd to give them a really, really big round of applause, and I'm going to go ahead and shake the hands of your top 5.
The showmanship winners, or you bring your prizes back so you can get a picture with your animal? Come back into your, just prizes in your banner. Just the individuals return to the ring for a picture. In your Pee Wee division, your first place went to Eliza DeMarco, second, Adley Lawson, third, Oakley Lewis, second, Adley Lawson, I'm sorry, I went backwards, fourth, Rayleigh Harris, and fifth, Boone Foley. Once again, we need the showmanship winners and their prizes to come back in their banner for pictures, please.
jumps back there. I thought they hit the bumper. They said, I just moved that thing on or whatever. I said, well, I think that's where the weather works. So a little bit later, he walked back out and back there to close the lid. I think that thing back there.
They have
No, it's okay. Right now,
Starting a business, in charge of the station, got all the trees back.
I want to show Luke that you or your sister.
What?
You or your sister want to show Luke that you're more.
Get up there, there's a tree hanging on this side of the road. Dang on me, I was on this side. I pulling the truck up. I get back, I'm like, I said, I'm pretty sure I think it's fine, but I want to get Houston to get some plated steel and build it like one of them bulldozers, like armor and brush, and just put all of that bulldozer on the front. I said, I was a nurse out there, you know, don't tear anything up. I was like, well, it's about to happen. Getting older, too much, you don't, that's not how I'm wired. I'm wired on that. It's like, I'm trying to they don't get excited enough. Your truck back up running that or not? Airframe. You can get that section where it broke. Okay. All the way down through.
Any estimate on how long it'll be?
No, but ask him to announce if the animals enter this side and they exit out the other side.
They
So
enter
they're not-
this side?
Yeah, so that they're not trying to.
Right now, say it, or?
Well, during the show.
There was my buddy. Bring that frame up, he's 9 months or a year because he's working on it. He got new springs.
Did you make an announcement?
It's a good thing your plane's having trouble. I mean, they were down there with me. Here, we have that one.
I don't know if you put it in this year. I don't know.
Who told you to do what?
Natalie told me. I was in a hurry. You were screwing around. You didn't follow me.
Jimmy, we have to put them in order because they show by weight now. You know what I'm saying? So like the first one on the way you go. So it doesn't matter. For this it does. Yes. This one, that one's taken. This one. Okay.
They're just loaded. No, she's not even back in the room yet.
I'm going to put on the button off. It don't matter. We didn't do
I got out and made a lash and checked the stuff on the tail. Hold it up. Here all the time.
I got everything.
Put this in there, see which one. This here's what fire. Well, maybe that's just we'll just stick out with it. You didn't pull it. Up to the trail. But I ain't one out of my dad's tractor and my buggy. That tractor and buggy. Come back and I said, some money I get to drive. I hope the girls don't think the fair would work for me. Get out here and talk about it. Come up. I got about a point before I got to do all of that. I was watching part of it. I like the one I've always watched it pretty much. I got to called up everything except called up the fried meat. Traffic didn't understand. I called up that and they brought it down. I went out back real quick. I got the same food. Pulled over down. Before I got over outside, I got up to almost the right. Pulled over. They pulled over. Big wire.
No, that's crazy. He has two in there.
No, this is great. This is one for class.
Okay, so where's Grayson's other one?
It's already in here.
Grayson's with us.
A couple days later, he called me. How much is it? Put me one of them park brakes on. Park brakes. Just like your brakes. Yep. All right. I didn't order the right one. For them, that much. Now I can take the truck. So we just think, I'll charge the whole thing like $7,000. So now I need 2 weeks, week and a half. But now I got a week and a half to do it.
I got my shield.
Exhibitors, bring your animals down to the show area. You're coming in the front door, you're exiting out the back door. Keep the flow going in the same direction. Thank you. We're now moving into our alcohol show. We're starting out with Class 1, 2 entries, Taylor McNair, Peyton Barker.
Nice way to lead off our market hog show here with just a pair of smaller gilts. And the young lady that's going to go ahead and be first, I think her project maybe just has a little more practicality in terms of her skeleton. She covers the basics in terms of having enough as far as muscularity goes. And then from there on, like I had said, I prefer the way that she's set back and has a little more comfortability in terms of the build to her shoulder. She's more flexible in terms of the way she plants from hip, hock to surface as far as her rear skeleton goes. And then that lays the foundation to just keep on building muscle and building bulk and mass as well. Young lady's gilt that's going to go ahead and be second. Maybe has just a little more to her today. She feeds more shape into the backside of her shoulder. She's certainly a little wider and stouter when she tracks directly away from me. One though, like I said, that I just want to tweak on in terms of her skeleton, make her better in terms of the angle to that blade and more comfortable in terms of the way that she plants in her rear. But a nice pair, like I had said. Let's give these two young ladies a hand.
In Class 1, Taylor McNair first, second, Peyton Barker. Now going into Class 2, Peyton Barker, Cassim Wiles, Sadie Rosenberger, Grayson Barker, Meredith Fike, Grayson Barker, Emily Feck.
another nice class we have out here, and certainly some challenge amongst these top three in particular. But for me, the young lady's gilt that's going to go ahead and lead off is just the most ready to go today. I'm going to talk a lot about fundamentals of being a good market hog, having some muscularity, and still being practical enough in terms of their skeleton to just build upon that as they go on, especially in these lighter weight classes here. A young lady's gilt, like I had said, she's got the absolute most in terms of dimension, in terms of turn and shape to her upper rib, and in terms of still being relatively good in terms of her skeleton. Maybe like to see that gal a little taller at the point of her blade and see her get softer with time, but for me, she puts the most good together today. It gets challenging, particularly between second and third, because they're so different in terms of their type and kind, but the young man's blue barrel that's going to go ahead and land second has more in terms of extras. I think he's stouter in terms of foot and bone work, and he's bigger in terms of his skull. I like that about him. And then this guy still has enough for me today. He still feeds some shape and dimension into the backside of his shoulder. Biggest thing that I want to change is this guy's rear 1/3. I want to see him a nickel more comfortable in terms of the way that he plants and square him up in his hock, then give him just more bulk and dimension as he tracks away as well. But a nice project for the young man. A young man's gilt that's going to come out in third has the advantage in terms of skeletal quality. I think she gets out here and digs into the chips or into the dirt with more authority. I think she's actually maybe a nickel square at the base of her chest, but for me, she's just too raw today in terms of her rib and body type. That gal tracks away. Want to see her a nickel square and more dimensional as a whole. A young lady's hog that's going to go ahead and come out next is one that honestly has more muscularity than maybe the two that roll on ahead of her. I think she's big and stout in terms of that hip and pin set. I like that about her, but for me, just want to change her when it comes to her skeleton. She wants to dig her head into the dirt a little bit because she's upright in terms of the angle to her blade. Like to change that about that one. Young lady's black barrel that comes out next is certainly a practical, feedable type of a project for her. I think this one's awesome in terms of his mid and lower body type, and he's certainly got some width and dimension. Just want to see him shapelier today when it comes to the top side of his skeleton and neaten that guy up at the base of his jaw as well. Young lady's hog that's coming out here next is another one that's got some muscularity and got some shape up high. Want to see that guy more relaxed in the center part of his skeleton and have more presence when he gets out and drives from the side. And then the one that's going to round out this particular group is similar to the one that rolls on ahead of him. One that has some dimension and some width and span in terms of his upper hip. Want to change him off either end of his skeleton, make him a little neater in terms of his look, but a very nice class. Let's give these kiddos a hand.
In class number 2, first went to Meredith Fike, and that will be returning. Second, Grayson Barker. Third, Casson Wiles. Fourth, Sadie Rosenberger. Fifth, Emlyn Feek. Sixth, Peyton Barker. And seventh, Grayson Barker. Now we have class 3 coming into the ring in our market hogs. Sadie Rosenberger, Kaylin Barker, Logan LaRue, Allison Owens. At this time, we'll recognize our gold sponsors, GEC Incorporated, Mike Towing, Phillips Livestock, Polis Seal Coating LLC, White House Cattle, Transova Genetics, Preston Contractors Incorporated, Clear Mountain Bank, Stone Backflow Services, LEC Farm and Garden Market, Farm Credit of the Virginias, Wade Mayfield Memorial Fund, Anderson Excavating LLC, Jennings Excavating LLC, Modern Homestead, and Senator Randy Smith. Our silver sponsor is Westmar Angus. The Friends of Ag sponsors is Dean Farms, Jenkins Family Farm, Meadowview Farm Supply and Furniture, LLC, Fairfax Pines Labrador Retrievers, Preston County FFA Alumni, and Feltz, LLC. They would like to offer a very special thank you to the Mountain Digital Hometown TV, Kingwood Volunteer Fire Department, Kingwood Parks and Recreation, West Virginia Department of Agriculture, and all the volunteers that help make this possible.
Another nice group here, and the young lady's belted barrow that's going to go ahead and lead off just has the most in terms of quality and presence for me. I think his advantages start at the front. That guy drives at me with the biggest, squarest chest, and as he turns from the side, has the most presence as far as levelness of lines and as far as proportionality goes. One that certainly has enough in terms of muscularity for me. Nice job driving him, young lady. Maybe gets the closest between second and third, and I like the young lady's blue gilt just in terms of being tall at the point of her blade. She's incredibly neat in terms of her look and presence up front, and I like that gal from there back when it comes to depth of body. To me, I think while she's narrower as she tracks directly away, I'd still like to see her stouter in terms of her skull and at the surface as well. Just a few little changes in order to play with that class winner. The young lady's gilt that's going to come out next honestly has more in terms of muscle and in terms of shape in comparison to the one that rolled on ahead of her. I prefer the way she's stouter at the surface, but to me she maybe just doesn't read as functional in terms of her build or in terms of her body type. I'd like to change those few things. And the young man that brings out the barrow that rounds out this group does a nice job getting out here and getting him moving. I like this hog in terms of feedability and in terms of practicality. To me, I question this guy in terms of her growth pattern, and then just want to see her have a little bit more in terms of shape and freshness at this stage of the game. Another nice group. Let's give these kids a hand.
In Class 3, first went to Sadie Rosenberger, second went to Kaylin Barker, third Allison Owens, and fourth to Logan LaRue. In our Class 4, that's coming into the ring, we're looking for Owen C., Kaylee Fike, Griffin McCroby, Adley Lawson, and Maddie Engel.
An excellent way to go ahead and lead off here with the Young Ladies Guild, and she's presented very, very well, but aside from that, I think from the surface up, she brings a lot of good to the table in terms of skeletal comfortability, in terms of blade angle, and in terms of being incredibly square in the way she plants at the surface, yet that young lady gets her turned off from the side, and I like her in terms of width of forearm and in terms of the way that she blends in proportions. I think in terms of muscularity, she maybe doesn't have the most in this particular group, but today she's got enough for me. Nice way to go ahead and lead off. Young Ladies Guild that's going to go ahead and be second gives her a run for her money as far as muscularity goes, because when you get directly in on top of the livestock, she feeds a bigger and wider shape into the backside of her blade, into a stouter hip and pin set. I prefer this gilt in terms of stifle shape and in terms of being wider altogether as she tracks away, but to me, it just comes to weighing out the differences, and I don't think she matches up as far as presence goes. She's plainer at the base of her jaw and in terms of her neck and crest, and I think for her added muscularity, she just doesn't hit me with as much presence and with as much proportionality from the side. Young man's gilt that's going to go ahead and come out next is ripped up in terms of muscularity and in terms of shape up high. That's certainly valuable to me. Where she falls today is in terms of skeleton. She wants to come in at the surface as she comes directly at me, and when she tracks away, want to square that gal up in terms of her hock and soften her up in terms of her body shape in general as well. The young lady's hog that's going to go ahead and come out next is another one that's practical and feedable in terms of her type and kind. I like this gilt in terms of her mid-body shape from the side. To me, I just want to see her wider, squarer, and more dimensional off either end of her skeleton. And then the young man's hog that's going to round out this particular group is another one that's proportional from the side. I like this gilt actually in terms of length of body. That lays the foundation to build on a lot of muscularity, but she just doesn't have that today. I want to see her have more to her, have more meat and potatoes, but another nice class. Let's give these kiddos a hand.
In Class 4, first went to Maddie Engel, and she will return. Second, Adley Lawson. Third, Owen C. Fourth, Kaylee Fike. And fifth, Griffin McCroby. In Class 5, we have Jake Henderson, Kristen Ritchie, Wyatt Calhoun, Graceland McCroby, Logan LaRue, Kaylian Barker, Brogan Feck, and Garen Larson.
These top two could certainly go another way, and I wouldn't argue too much with you, but it comes down to personal preference for me, and where the young man's gilt has the advantage is when it comes to bulk, when it comes to squareness of chest and width of chest. That's a really, really square-toed kind of a gilt that's huge up high and very, very good in terms of her upper rib shape. She's got a lot there in terms of softness and in terms of shape and being bold, but she's still fresh in her rib and body type today. Now, I will admit, I'd like to change this gal from her hip back because she's a nickel short there and she's a nickel choppy in terms of the way that she plants. That's where the young man's barrow certainly has the advantage, but she just fits the bill for me when it comes to bulk and when it comes to still having some presence and proportionality from the side. Nice job to you, young man. Now, like I had said, that's a really tough pair, and they're just a little different in terms of type and kind. Where this guy's advantages lie are when it comes to skeleton. He's so incredibly smooth and comfortable off either end. I like him in terms of the angle to his blade. I like him in terms of taking a long, accurate, comfortable stride out of those rear two. But for me today, where I want to change him is when you get directly in on top of the livestock, he's more one-dimensional, and then off either end of his skeleton, he's just narrower, doesn't have as much in terms of punch and power, but one that's really, really good in terms of presence and in terms of skeletal quality. Young man's barrow just ran in, or excuse me, young lady's barrow ran into some tough competition in the top pair of them, but this young lady still has a really practical, feedable kind of a barrow that still brings some presence to the table. I like him in terms of height of blade, and I like him in terms of length from the side. I think he proportions up very, very well. One that's better than the one that rolled on ahead of him when it comes to rib and body type. To me, he just doesn't have as much in terms of presence. He's not as sharp at the base of his jaw or stout at the surface, but one that you certainly have to appreciate in terms of covering the fundamentals. Young lady's barrow that's going to go ahead and come out next is one that I like in terms of having the extras of some, in terms of having some dimension of foot and bone at the surface. I like this one in terms of skull shape and in terms of having those trendy pieces that we're looking for today. But when it comes to the basics, I want to see this guy wider and squarer off either end, and I want to lengthen him out off either end of his skeleton when he rolls from the side as well. A young lady's hawk that's going to come next is one that I appreciate in terms of height of blade. I think she gets out here and does a really nice job driving this barrow. To me, not only does he need more in terms of muscle shape and volume of muscle, but still not nearly as comfortable in terms of his rear skeleton compared to those ones ahead of him. Young man's project that's going to go ahead and come out next certainly has the advantage in terms of muscularity. I think this gilt's bigger, stouter, and squarer in terms of her upper hip. I think she's bigger in terms of her forearm and stifle shape, but to me, I want to change her in terms of the center part of her skeleton, stouten her up at the surface, and make her more comfortable as she goes. Young man's hog that's going to go ahead and come out next is another one that I like in terms of body shape. I think for me today, I just want to change this one in terms of presence and in terms of getting out and going with some comfortability. But like I said, I like this gilt in terms of depth of side. And then the young man's hog that's going to round out this particular group is one that I like in terms of body shape and in terms of having some bulk and weight on him. I just question him a little bit in terms of freshness today. Want to shape him up and stouten him up at the surface. Another really nice and competitive group. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
In Class 5, your first place goes to Garion Lawson. He'll be returning. Second, Jake Henderson. Third, Kristen Ritchie. Fourth, to Graceland McCroby. Fifth, to Kaylin Barker. Sixth, to Wyatt Calhoun. Seventh, to Brogan Feck. And eighth, to Logan LaRue. Now in Class 6, we have Allison Owens, Boone Foley, Kristen Ritchie, Garen Lawson, Riley Bolyard, Rayleigh Harris, and with 2 entries.
PCLA youth exhibitors that are showing, please make sure that you sign out at the conclusion of the show. Stephanie Arnett will have sign-out sheets in the foyer.
Young lady's blue gilt wins and does so relatively quickly for me because I think her quality begins up front just in terms of presence and in terms of height of blade, being so neat and chiseled there in terms of the base of her jaw, and she gets off from the side. I think this one's the most appropriate in terms of proportions. Get on top of them, and she's got as much true, genuine shape out of the backside of her blade as any in here. Now I know she's maybe not just the best in terms of her midrib and in terms of softness of her forerib, but to me, that's a wash because I think aside from that, she's the absolute best in every regard. A young man's gilt that's going to go ahead and be second is one that I really like in terms of her front third. She's tall-bladed, she's huge in terms of her skull, and in this group, she's probably the widest and the squarest in terms of the floor of her chest, which I appreciate, but to get off to the side of this gal, not only is she plainer in terms of her shape, but she's frailer at the surface and maybe doesn't hit me with as much freshness at this stage of the game, like to make her a nickel neater at the base of her jaw and in her crest as well. It was close between second and third because of that, and the young lady's barrow that comes next hit me relatively hard at first because I think he has an advantage in terms of circumference of foot and bone at the surface. I like this guy in terms of height of blade and in terms of length from the side. To me, where he falls into third today is when he's still the same as far as needing to be a little fresher in terms of his crest, and he tracks away and wants to swing and get insecure in terms of those rear two when compared to the two that rolled on ahead of him. Young lady's project that's going to go ahead and come out next is one that I really appreciate in terms of skull shape. I think that's a really, really square-toed kind of a gilt that's rugged and burly in terms of her feature. I like that about her, but to me, when it comes to fundamentals, I want to see her more comfortable and squarer in terms of the way she plants out of her rear two, and one that needs lengthened out just ever so slightly in terms of her hip in order to sort up for me today. A young lady's barrow that's going to go ahead and come out next has a lot of length of side. I like that about him. To me, he needs more meat on his bones. I think he just needs more to him in terms of dimension and shape. A young lady's barrow that comes out next is good in terms of skull shape and in terms of being stout featured. I like this barrow as far as length of side and proportionality go. To me, he's a little too soft-footed up front, and he needs to be changed in terms of his midrib and in terms of his rear skeleton as well. A young man's one that's going to go ahead and round out this group. I like this barrow as well in terms of being rugged in his type and kind, one that just needs more in terms of dimension and in terms of true meat animal shape. Another nice group, though. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
In Class 6 results, Rayleigh Harris first, second, Garen Lawson, third, Kristen Ritchie, fourth, Rayleigh Harris, fifth, Riley Bogard, sixth, Allison Owens, and seventh, Boone Foley. Now we have Class 7 of our market hogs: Riley Bogard, Peyton Kister, Cole Blosser, Boone Foley, Taylor Kister, Josie Eish, Camber Reiser.
Plus, top three's tough out here because they all bring a lot of quality to the table, but the easiest decision for me is to use the young ladies guild directly ahead of me to go ahead and start. Excuse me, first and foremost, I think this gal's the absolute most genuine in terms of muscularity and in terms of dimension. Off either end of her skeleton, she's got substantially the most in terms of chest width and in terms of hip and stifle shape when she tracks away. And then still, I would argue that she's just as good, if not better, in terms of either end of her skeleton. One that I really appreciate in terms of combining a lot of muscularity and a lot of shape, still being fresh and having some presence about her as well. It gets really, really close between second and third for me. And ultimately, I sided with the young man's guilt because she reads more genuine in terms of her upper rib and in terms of the shape she feeds into the backside of her blade. You get directly in behind that pair of gilts, and she's got substantially more in terms of her stifle and in terms of her upper hip and pin set. Now from the side, I think she wants to knuckle up on those rear two just ever so slightly. I'd like to change that about her, but aside from that, another one that I really, really appreciate in terms of presence and in terms of feature and foot and bone. A young lady's gilt that lands here in third has a lot of quality to her, though, like I had said. I think in comparison to the one that rolled on ahead of her, she's probably just a nickel better in terms of her upper rib. She's softer and bolder from that standpoint, and from the side, she proportions up very, very well. Where she falls into third for me today is when she's tracking directly away, and she's the plainest and most one-dimensional in terms of her top side shape. And then she just kind of wants to come in when she goes to the surface as well. The young ladies guild that's going to go ahead and be fourth just ran into a lot of quality in this top end of them. I still like this guild in terms of being soft-sided and in terms of having some muscularity and dimension off either end of her skeleton. Today she just reads plainer and quite as fresh from any viewpoint or any angle, and just doesn't have as much in terms of skeletal quality when she tracks away as well. A young lady's hog that's going to go ahead and come out next is one that I appreciate in terms of feature, in terms of skull shape. I like this barrow in terms of length of side as well. He's just not quite as good in terms of practicality or functionality as skeleton, I guess, and doesn't have as much in terms of true meat animal shape and power. And then the young lady's hog that's going to go ahead and come next is one that I like in terms of being feedable. I think this guy's good and soft in terms of his body shape. To me, he needs to be freshened up at the base of his jaw and in his crest as well. And then the young man's hog that's going to round out this particular group is one that I like in terms of length of side, and he's got some features to him. He just needs to have more in terms of dimension and in terms of squareness of build. Another really nice group. Congratulations to you kids.
In Class 7, first place went to Taylor Kistner and will be returning. Second to Cole Blosser. Third, Peyton Kistner. Fourth, Camber Rizzer. Fifth, Riley Bowyard. Sixth, Josie Ish. And 7, Boone Foley. Our Class 8 market hogs, Lane Kistner, Krista Rinker, Jake Henderson, Christopher Engel, Adley Lawson, Carrie Engel.
At the conclusion of the show, we need to remember to please make sure that we sign out our PCLA members to get credit for your meeting. Stephanie Arnett will be in the foyer. Also, your overall selections need to see Nicole Peasley in the back by the backdrop to sign out for your cash prize, and you will also be getting your pictures taken.
What's up, Kevin?
Well, another incredibly competitive group that we get out here, and one that makes me make some decisions and think about my priorities as we get out and we're trying to place and value these things. But at the end of the day, the young man sparrow that's going to go ahead and lead off is an absolute hammer to be that comfortable in terms of his skeleton and nearly flaw-free in terms of the way he plants off either end. He's a little flat-footed, but I don't mind that. I think that guy takes such a long, accurate, comfortable stride. He's dead square as he tracks directly away from me, and it's impressive for him to do that with so much mass and so much dimension from every angle that you look at him. The one thing I want to change, I want to make him a little stouter and squarer in terms of his skull shape, and I want to clean him up just ever so slightly at the base of his jaw. But aside from that, an awful lot of good to be found in that guy. Like I said, it was competitive, and the young lady's barrow that's second is certainly no slouch. From the side, that guy's awesome in terms of height of blade and extension from there forward. He, too, has an awful lot to him in terms of bulk and dimension up high. Where he falls into second for me, though, is when that guy tracks away and wants to swing and swivel just ever so slightly. He doesn't read his square in terms of his hip or or in terms of his hock, and then from the side as well. Just doesn't have quite as much in terms of bone and in terms of feature. Want to change him at the surface in comparison to our class winner just ever so slightly, but an awful lot of quality to be found in that guy as well. And still, again, the young man's gelding that's going to go ahead and be third is one that is ripped up in terms of shape up high and in terms of bulk and dimension. I think of the top three, she's actually probably the longest in terms of her neck, but from that same viewpoint, I want to see her smoother in terms of the way that she transitions from the top side of her blade into her neck and crest. And of the top trio, that gal tracks away and gets the stiffest, straightest, and most uncomfortable. The young man's hog that's going to go ahead and roll out next is another one that certainly has some quality to her. From the side, she's got a lot of presence and she's got a lot of poise. I like her in terms of rib and body shape. I think she's fresh in terms of her upper rib. To me, she runs into some trouble when it comes to her skull shape and when it comes to length of side as well. Just want to lengthen her out from every angle and then change her and tweak her in a few other different areas. The young lady's gilt that's going to come out next has a lot to her. She's massive and she's spread open from every angle, but to me, I wonder how genuine she is because she tapers to the surface off either end of her skeleton. She's wanting to get just a little bit plain in terms of her shape up high, but one that brings some good pieces to the table as well. A young lady's hog that's going to go ahead and come out next is another one that I like in terms of feedability. I think this barrow's really soft in the center part of his skeleton, and I like that about him. But of this group, he just needs to be changed the most in terms of skeleton and in terms of freshness at this stage. Another really nice class. Let's give these kids a hand.
In Class 8, first goes to Christopher Engel. He'll be returning. Second, Carrie Engel. Third, Jake Henderson. Fourth, Lane Kister. Fifth, Adley Lawson. Sixth, Krista Rinker. We're now into Class 9 on our market hogs. We have Maddie Engel, Eli Baker, Cole Blosser, Peyton Edwards, Caden Koo with 2 entries.
Excellent place to go ahead and lead off in our final class here with the young lady's hog directly in front of me. I like this barrow an awful lot in terms of starting at the front with a lot of quality, having some look, having some squareness, and being genuine in terms of muscularity and dimension. She gets that guy turned off to the side, though, and he's really impressive to be that sound and that comfortable off either end of his skeleton. I think in this particular group, he's probably the freshest, and he's probably just the most dimensional up high. I like that guy in terms of shape, in terms of being relatively ready to roll at the weight and at the size that he's at as well. Now the young man's barrel that's going to go ahead and be second gives him a big run for his money from his hip forward. I like this guy in terms of skull shape. I think he's probably a nickel meter at the base of his jaw there in comparison to our class winner. But like I had said, you get to his hip, and I'd like to see him have more in terms of punch and pop in his upper hip. I'd like to see him have more in terms of stifle shape, and then just bulk him up from that standpoint as well. He's not quite as comfortable or square in terms of the way that he plants. A young man's hog that's going to roll out next has the same kind of quality as the two ahead of her. I like this gilt in terms of squareness of chest. From that same standpoint, though, she's tapers to the surface, and from the side, one that I really like in terms of being big and stout in her hip and pin set. I think she's got a big, bold shape at the top side of her skeleton. Just needs to read a little more practical in terms of the center part of it. I'd like to see her softer as far as that rib goes. A young lady's gilt that comes next is really tall-bladed and really extended from there forward. I really like her from that standpoint. But from there back, she gets a nickel easy through the center part of her spine for me, and as she tracks away, I need to see her stay better in terms of being within herself as far as her skeleton goes. The young lady's barrow that comes next is one that I really appreciate in terms of being feedable and practical, and he actually feeds a pretty big shape into the backside of his blade. But for me, where he falls where he is today is when it comes to skeletal quality and when it comes to presence and comfortability. Then the young lady's hog that's going to round out this particular class is one that I like in terms of being soft through the center part of his skeleton. For me today, though, he's just past his prime in terms of condition and in terms of freshness. But another really nice group to go ahead and round out with our classes here. Congratulations to all you kids.
Class 9 first went to Maddie Engel. She'll be returning. Second, Eli Baker. Third, Cole Blosser. Fourth, Caden Koo. Fifth, Peyton Edwards. And sixth, Caden Koo. Our last class here in the Market Hogs, Class 10, Emily Lalano Padilla, Josie Aish, Oakley Lewis, Krista Ringer.
Please remember after the champion drive to sign out for your cash prizes back at the photo drops and to get your pictures. We are tentatively set to begin the beef showmanship at 11:30.
Well, Well, my apologies. I thought there were only 9 classes, but I'm glad we didn't miss this one because the young man's barrel that's going to go ahead and lead off is very, very high quality. And I think in this particular group, as we get into these heavier weights, he's the best combination of muscularity and true, genuine meat animal shape and freshness as well when you get in on top of him. And then he adds some bells and whistles as well in terms of being comfortable as far as skeletal quality goes and having some look and presence as well. A young lady's gilt that's going to go ahead and be next has a lot to her, and I like that about her. She's stout and square in terms of her chest, and from there back she's bold and robust in her upper rib shape. Where she falls into second for me today, though, it is just when it comes to build. Off either end, she's not quite as comfortable in terms of her angles, and then she's not as fresh. I think she maybe is just a little bit past her end point in comparison to the one that rolled on ahead of her. Young lady's hog that's going to go ahead and come next is one that I really like when you get in on top of him. I like this one when it comes to having some dimension over the top side of his blade, and from there back he's got some shape and some freshness in comparison to the one ahead of him. To me, though, I wonder how genuine he is when it comes to him coming at me and tapering to the surface. The same can be said when he rolls directly away. He just needs more in terms of true muscularity and dimension. And then the young lady's gilt that rounds out this class is one that I like in terms of length of side and height of blade. She just needs more as well in terms of freshness, and she needs to be relaxed and more comfortable off either end. A very nice final class this time. Let's give them a hand.
In Class 10, your first place went Emily Lilano Padilla, returning. Second, Oakley Lewis. Third, Josie Ash, and fourth, Krista Rinker. Now for your championship drive, you should have Taylor McNair, Meredith Fite, Sadie Roseberger, Maddie Engel, Garion Lawson, Rayleigh Harris, Taylor Kistner, Christopher Engel, Maddie Engel, and Lilana Padilla.
Well, you never know exactly what to expect when you fly across the country to evaluate a show, but I am thoroughly impressed with the quality of livestock that we have out here in our hog show. So kudos to you guys for breeding and feeding and preparing such an excellent group of them out here, and for having some pretty cool kiddos as well. I won't say a whole lot, but I will note, I'm just thinking, or have been thinking as we've gone through classes today, I showed my last hog in Kansas City in the fall of 2022. And obviously I've been evaluating shows for longer than that, but it's just so cool to see the advancement and the changes that we've made as far as breeders and producers and showmen and everyone else involved has gone. And this is representative of the progress that we've made here in the show hog industry. And it's just pretty neat, to be honest. I wanted to make a note of that. Like I said, very, very impressed as far as quality goes, and there's certainly some decisions to be made and some little differences to be found out here amongst an awesome group. I won't say much more except for thanks for having me, and I look forward to the rest of the weekend. Let's give these kids a really big hand. I'll go and grab you a top 5.
In your overall championship drive, your 5th place went to Matty Engel, 4th to Taylor Kistner, 3rd to Emlana Padilla, Second, Maddie Engel, and your champion is Christopher Engel.
PCLA youth hog exhibitors, make sure to sign out with Stephanie. Our top 5, make sure you come back and get your photos and your cash prizes. You are dismissed with your animals once you have cleaned out your pens. Please make sure to clean out your pens. Thank you. Taylor Kister, please report to the photo drop to receive your cash prize. Taylor Kister.
Hey, Brody.
Never mind.
You found him?
No, the door was unlocked. I just had to push it a little harder. Thank you.
It's usually like a good word out.
just make a pile down there on the by the ramp.
How long before they're gonna start steers?
11:30.
Mary, you did good today.
Hey, keep it humble. When somebody says that, you say thank you. When somebody says that, you say thank you, not I know.
You didn't say thank you. You just said I know.
We are getting ready to begin with our cattle showmanship. Our Class 1 and senior should be making their way down this way if they're not already here, and we'll get started shortly.
I did.
We're waiting on Kendall Clark, Kenzie Clark, and Emily Witt. You need to make your way down here. We're getting ready to begin with our Class 1 showmanship. The other participants in this class are Brady Sines, Fatima Padilla, Easton Hayes. Please make your way down to the ring, and we'll get ready to begin with Class 1 senior showmanship.
nice way to go ahead and begin here with senior showmanship, and maybe not huge on numbers in this particular group, but still a very, very high quality group of young kids that all get out here and do an excellent job. I'm not going to talk them all individually. I'm just going to tell you the things that I like and the things that I'm looking for out here as we go on throughout showmanship. Excuse me, and then after that I'll grab you a top 5. I guess the biggest priority for me is eye contact and intensity, and aside from that, being really quick in terms of getting your livestock's feet set, and then from there on, like I had said, making sure you know where I'm at within the ring. Another thing that's very, very important in cattle showmanship for me is utilizing your space correctly. When you take those corners, make sure you're using all of that and giving me the opportunity to get the best look at your project. I think there are a few kiddos out here in particular that do a very, very good job of that. Like I said, as a whole, they all do a great job, but maybe a few out here that just set themselves apart in terms of being quick and in terms of the way that they use head control and utilize that stick when it comes to making little tweaks, but just getting their project set and then being content and knowing how they look best and being focused on me following that. Like I said, I'm not going to talk each and every one of them. I'll put the mic down and shake the hands of your champion through 5th. Let's give your senior showman a really big round of applause.
In the ring now, you'll have your Class 2 Intermediate Showmanship. Elizabeth Witt, Chelsea Stevenson, Lila Riley, Chloe Kelly, and Dylan Titus.
went ahead and pulled these two young ladies to come back for our drive for intermediate showmanship. I'm not going to say anything about them just so they don't have an advantage over the others when they come back for the drive. But the three young folks that are going back to the trailers or back to the pens for now all still do a great job. I just like to see them make some changes as far as the little things go. Pulling up when one pulls out ahead of you, utilizing your space in the ring and making sure you take those corners tight and you make smooth turns when you're going around a corner as well. Little things as well as making sure you're accurate in terms of foot placement and using that halter correctly, making sure you got a good tight grip on that and you stay close enough to their head to be able to control your animal correctly. A very nice group though. You young individuals can certainly come talk to me following the show if you want any tips or advice. Let's give them all a really big hand as they exit.
Your next class in your intermediate, Kenley Stone, Lena C., Jake Griner, and Cody Titus.
We'll bring these three to my right back for our intermediate drive here in a minute. And the young man that's still standing out here will go back to the trailer, but I will say it was a tough decision for me because he still does an awesome job in terms of eye contact. He's very, very calm and collected as he works throughout the ring with that calf. Maybe just isn't cooperating just perfect today with this project. I'd like to see him maybe get a little closer to that one's head on the halter, and then he'd have the opportunity to control him a little more. But a very nice job to you, young man. Let's give them all a really big hand. nice drive of intermediates that we have here, and they all do a great job. And honestly, the decision's a little tough for me because each and every one of these kids probably does one thing the best out here and then turn around and maybe do something else the worst when it comes to placing them first through fifth. Just some little things to tweak on. And I talked in the hog show earlier about how showmanship really does come down to personal preference as far as style and habits go. But I will say all of you do an excellent job. If you guys in the crowd could give them a really big round of applause, I'll shake the hands of your champion through fifth.
In your intermediate class, your first place winner went to Lena C. Second place to Jake Griner. Third to Lila Riley. Fourth to Cody Titus. And fifth to Chloe Kelly. Now we move into juniors. We have 3 classes of juniors. Kate Bowyard, Laura Stemple, Kaylin Barker, Braden Hayes, London Castile, and Cadence Hall.
Went ahead and pulled 2 from this heat here to come back for the drive. And you young ladies that are going back to the stalls or back to the trailers all still do a very nice job. I just like to see you work on some little things like the way you hold your halter and the manner in which you use your stick, especially as you get into these younger and more juvenile age divisions. It really just comes down to the basics for me, but very nice job to you all. Like I had said, if we could give them a hand, that'd be great.
Returning out Class 4, Caton Boyer and Brayton Hayes. Now we have Class 5 in our junior showmanship, Ryan Neiman, Emma Stemple, Allison Ayers, Carmen Knotts, Maylee Hayes, Reagan Neiman.
Pulled 2 from our second heat here, and these young ladies just set themselves apart, first and foremost in terms of efficiency, getting their project stopped and parked and set up, and then just being content and focusing on where I'm at within the ring. They maybe come to the table with just a little bit more presence because of that in this particular group. These 3 all still do an excellent job, so let's give them all a hand as they exit the ring.
Returning from Class 5 is Emma Stemple and Carmen Knotts. Our next class is juniors, Class 6, Wade Yost, Sadie Roseberger, Cameron Rizzer, Callie Stemple, Sawyer Strotterman, Charlie Hayes.
Only pulled one from our final heat here, and the young man did an excellent job. Looking forward to seeing him back here in a minute. For the rest of you, I think you're all collectively really good as a group in terms of staying calm and staying collected, even when your projects tend to give you a little bit of a fit every now and then. I think the biggest thing I want to see all 5 of you work on is consistency about your mannerisms, about using your stick. And I know I'm going to start to sound like a broken record out here once again, but those are the things that matter to me and the things that I prioritize out here in showmanship. Good job to all of you, though. Let's give them a really big hand as they exit the ring.
Returning out of this class will be Charlie Hayes. He will be joined by Carmen Knotts, Emma Stemple, Braden Hayes, and Caden Boyard for your junior champion in showmanship.
Well, a very competitive drive of junior showmen that we have here, and I was confident pulling each of them out from their heats just because they set themselves apart in respect to the when it comes to those respective groups. But nevertheless, you get out here, and I still think there are a few young people who maybe just have more experience, if I had to guess. And certainly I can tell that they probably put in an awful lot of work at home. That's where showmanship starts. And I'm a firm believer that there's more to showmanship than just coming into the ring. It's taking care of hair, it's taking care of things of that sort, and working hard from that aspect as well. And it doesn't matter what your livestock looks like, what their characteristics are, you can still work hard on hair and fitting and things of that sort to try and sort yourself up when it comes to showmanship and when it comes to the actual show and evaluating the livestock as well. Like I said, these individuals all do an excellent job, certainly have some high quality showmen and livestock out here. Let's give them one last round of applause, and I'll shake the hands of your champion through fifth.
In your junior showmanship, your champion was exhibited by Carmen Knotts. Second was Charlie Hayes. Third was Caden Boyard. Fourth was Brayton Hayes. And fifth was Emma Stemple. We have our Pee Wee group in here now. Red Collars, Colt Knotts, Heidi Yost, Skyland Strotterman, Huntley Titus. We'd like to remind you of the sponsors that help make this available, beginning with our platinum sponsors, Ace Aggregates and Ace Materials, J&K Livestock, Solid Rock Excavating Incorporated, Insurance Centers Incorporated, J.W. Wilhelm Ag Fencing, LLC, Spike's Chimney Sweep, Wagner Septic Service, Titan Roofing, Prodigy Fiber to Home, Luberson H.A., The Farmer's Daughter, LLC, Nicholas Enterprises, LLC, Stone Asphalt, LLC, Lowe's of Oakland, Grant County Mulch, Stone Farms, Mountain Digital Hometown TV, and Affordable Signs Unlimited. Please help support these sponsors as they make this available for the youth each year.
Well, I'll be honest, showmanship isn't my favorite thing to judge because I'd rather tell you what I'd like to change about your livestock than what I'd like to change about your kids. But Pee Wee showmanship is my absolute favorite when it comes down to it because it's awesome to see these kiddos get out here and have some drive and determination. And I hope that you guys all end up having a long, fruitful show career. And I'm sure that you all will if you stick with it. They were a treat to talk with, so let's give all these Pee Wees a really big round of applause, and I'll grab you a champion through fifth. In our Pee Wee Championship, your champion was Colt Knotts. Second was Araya Collars. Third, Skyland Strawderman. Fourth, Heidi Yost. And fifth, Huntley Titus. We're going to now move into breeding heifers.
Moving into our gold sponsors that help put on this event, GEC Incorporated, Mike's Towing, Phillips Livestock, Polis Seal Coating LLC, White House Cattle, Transova Genetics, Preston Contractors Incorporated, Clear Mountain Bank, Stone Backflow Services, LEC Farm and Garden Market, Farm Credit of the Virginias, Wade Mayfield Memorial Fund, Anderson Excavating LLC, Jennings Excavating Incorporated, Modern Homestead, and Senator Randy Smith. And our silver sponsor is Westmar Angus. Starting off with Class 1 in our breeding heifer show, we have Kenzie Clark and Charlie Hayes. For those of you who may not have been with us this morning, our judge is Paige Miller from Torrington, Wyoming, where her and her family own and operate M. Lazy Heart Ranch. It is a diversified club calf, feed store, and feedlot operation. She currently serves as the manager at the feed store, marketing product, consulting with a multiple group of producers across the region. Paige attended Butler Community College, where she was an integral part of the Junior College Co-Team of the Year. Among her many accolades, she was the high individual at the North American in Louisville, Kentucky, and she's frequently been named individual in Oral Reasons and tallied an academic All-American. She completed her education and collegiate livestock judging career at Colorado State University as an ag business major. Paige's commitment to the next generation has afforded her the opportunity to evaluate shows and work with youth at 27 states.
An awesome way to go ahead and lead off our breed heifer show here of Angus females. And if this is indicative of the quality that's to come throughout the remainder of the show, that's awfully exciting. I'm just going to talk the pair of them and compare and contrast, and then I'll name them champion and reserve in this respective division. A young lady's heifer up front hits me hard because I love how that one's just so moderate and broody and cowy in terms of her type and kind and her frame. I think she's awfully smooth from the side in terms of her lines and in terms of presence, one that I really appreciate just in terms of covering the fundamentals of a good female. And then the young man's heifer that stands directly behind her hit me really hard when she came in for Showmanship. This thing is awesome in terms of neck set and in terms of extension and look from there forward, and it only gets better from there back, to be honest with you. And in comparison to the one that stands ahead of her, I prefer the way she's bolder and softer in terms of her heart and forerib, and from there back, she's more extreme in terms of the way she transitions from her chest back into her rear rib and flank as well. Now, if I were to tweak on this gal just ever so slightly, I'd make her a nickel softer at the surface when it comes to her rear ankle, and make her a little stouter from that standpoint as well when you're comparing her directly to the heifer ahead of her, but still an awful lot of good to be found in that female. She'll be champion. The one ahead of her will be reserve.
In our Angus breeding class, your champion went to Charlie Hayes, and your reserve went to Kinsey Clark. Our class 2 is maintainer breeding heifer, and we have 3 entries: Carmen Knotts, Kaden Boyard, and Lexi Wright.
Well, I'm partial to main Anjou and maintainer cattle, and I would be honored or proud to have a few of these that are out here in this particular class or division back home in Wyoming. With that said, the young lady's heifer that's going to be your champion in this particular group sets herself apart just in terms of covering the basics of a good cow, like I had talked in the last division. I think she's awfully broody and bold in terms of her body type. I like her in terms of having an added shot of power when you step directly in behind the cattle. And where she truly excels for me is when she still reads the most comfortable and appropriate in terms of her build from hip to her hock and down to the surface as well. Now, if we're getting real picky on that one, she gets just a nickel chuffy in terms of her throat and in terms of her crest as well. But aside from that, an awfully good female to go ahead and be your champion maintainer. Young lady's heifer in second is just different in terms of her type and kind. She certainly brings some value to the table, though, just in terms of length of body. I prefer her length of hip over the heifer that was champion, and still, from the side, she's awfully feminine in terms of her head shape and her feature. But where she lands in reserve for me today is when it comes to body type. I think she's flatter and more concave in terms of her forerib and down into her heart as well. And then the young man's heifer that's going to go ahead and be third in this class is valuable when it comes to being moderate. That certainly proves to be profitable, especially in my region of the world. I like that about her. She's bold in terms of her upper rib, but for me today, I just think she doesn't match up in terms of presence and in terms of skeletal quality when compared to the two ahead of her, but still a nice female. Let's give all three of these kids a big hand.
Your maintainer champion went to Carmen Knotts. Your reserve champion went to Lexi Wright, and third was Caden Boyard. Now in Class 3 AOB breeding heifer, we have Toby Mays and Lexi Wright.
Nice pair of females that we have out here for our AOB division, and I'll just talk them respectively again before I name them champion and reserve. A young lady's heifer up front is just so cowy and broody in terms of her type and kind and her look. For a percent semi, I think she's still just so consistent in terms of having some look and some femininity, yet being plenty comfortable off either end of her skeleton. That heifer takes a really long, accurate stride out of her rear too, and I love that about her. I think a very nice one that the young lady has there. This little Charlet heifer that the young man brings to us, obviously she's green and she's young, but she's got a lot of value, just in terms of look and presence. I like her in terms of height of shoulder and neck attachment, and then from there back, that she's already really soft-hearted and deep and smooth in terms of her lower body shape. The young man has a bright future with her. Young lady up front will be your champion. Young man will be your reserve.
Your champion in your AO breeding heifer, Lexi Wright. Reserve went to Toby Mays. We're now going to move into crossbreed division. On breeding heifers, the first class is Allison Ayers and Kaylin Barker.
Gonna go ahead and leave these two young ladies as they stand out here in our first class of crossbreds. A young lady's heifer up front that leads off. Just gains my preference, honestly, when it comes to frame and when it comes to growth pattern and length of cannon. I like this gal in terms of extension, and still, for all the frame and extras she has there, she's still really stout at the surface when it comes to circumference of foot, bone, and when it comes to aesthetics. That's certainly something that I prefer. Now, if I were to change this female, I'd just like to give her more in terms of body. I'd like to smooth her out in terms of her poll, and then make her softer and deeper in terms of her side and her center skeleton. That's obviously something that comes with time, though. Good job to you, young lady. Now, I'm a really big fan of power, and when you step in behind the cattle, this young lady's female in second certainly has the advantage. She feeds a bigger turn out of the top side of her spine, and she's bolder and more robust from that standpoint, and works back into a bigger hip and pin set, but still step off to the side of her. I just want to lengthen her out in terms of her cannon, like I had said earlier, and just deepen her up in terms of depth of body as well. A nice pair, though. Let's give these two young ladies a hand.
In Class 4, first place went to Allison Ayers, second to Kaylin Barker. We now have Class 5 on the crossbred, Brady Sines, Reagan Neiman, Ryan Neiman, Sawyer Stratton.
certainly some give and take amongst this trio of heifers, and honestly, I'm going to compromise a little bit of structure in the young lady's heifer on my far right that's going to go ahead and lead off because I think she brings the highest quality pieces to the table. I think she stands out just in terms of look from the side and in terms of presence. From behind them, I think she reads the truest and most genuine in terms of her upper rib shape and in terms of the added punch and power that she has today. Now, like I had said, I'd like to change her in terms of her skeleton. I'd like to pick her up in the set to her tail head and make her more comfortable in terms of the way she plants from her hip to her hock and down to the surface, but I think she has the most value and the highest quality pieces in this trio today. Now the young man's heifer here in second is no slouch because I think that's a really easy doing kind of a female, low input kind of a cow, and that's always valuable, but to me, when you step behind him, I question if she's just too far along. As far as condition goes, I want to see that gal freshened up in order to give her some more presence and in order to truly be able to evaluate her body type today. A young man's heifer that's going to round out this trio is another one that's really, really functional in terms of her type and kind. She's smooth in her joint work and she's comfortable at the surface as well. To me, she just falls out when it comes to presence and when it comes to look and pieces. A really nice cow that the young man has. Let's give this trio a hand.
Your results in Class 5. First went to Reagan Neiman, second to Ryan Neiman, and third to Brady Sines. We have one more class in the crossbred. We're looking for Skyland Strawderman. We also have Sawyer in the ring.
Well, first and foremost, I prefer the young man's heifer who leads off, not only because she's more functional in terms of the set to her hock and when it comes to softness down at the surface as well, but still, I think she reads a nickel more ideal in terms of where she's at today as far as her forerib goes, as far as having a little bit better worse softness in terms of her mid and lower body shape as well, and she's got an added shot of stoutness over the heifer that stands in second. Now the heifer that stands in second resembles her just in terms of frame and in terms of type and kind, but like I had said, I'd just like to reconstruct her and make her a nickel more comfortable out of those rear two, and then from directly in behind the cattle, she just needs to have more in terms of upper rib shape and squareness of hip as well. A nice pair of cattle. Congratulations to you two.
In our Class 6, your first place went to Sawyer Strawderman, and second place goes to Skyland Strawderman. For the crossbreeding champion, now we're bringing in Allison Ayers, Kaylin Barker, Reagan Newman, and Ryan Newman, Sawyer Strawderman, and Skyland Strawderman.
Well, I'll be frank, out here in this crossbred division, there's maybe not just one that jumps out and says, pick me. I think they're all fairly comparable in terms of having some things that I really appreciate and some pieces that I'd wish to change as well. So with that said, when it comes to looking at our class winners and discussing a champion, I'm just going to use the one that's the most in line with my kind when it comes to those extra pieces and when it comes to still covering the basics relatively well, in my opinion. Let's give these kiddos a really big round of applause, and I'll grab you a top 5 crossbred.
In your crossbreed champions, your champion went to Sawyer Strotterman. Your reserve champion went to Reagan Neiman. Your third place went to Skyland Strotterman. Fourth to Allison Ayers. And fifth to Ryan Neiman. For the overall champion, we should have Charlie Hayes, Carmen Knotts, Lexi Wright, Allison Ayers, Sawyer Strotterman,
Well, I'm very pleased with the quality that we have out here with each of our division winners and reserves and so on and so forth back at the barns or the stalls or the trailers. The young man's heifer up front is the unique, freaky one in this particular group that just has so many cool pieces that she brings to the table that'll certainly prove to be valuable for the young man if he keeps this female and breeds on her and keeps showing her later on down the road. I will say she maybe brings a few more issues to the table than some others in here when it comes to her skeleton. But when you're just weighing your options and the differences amongst these females, I really, really have to appreciate that one in terms of look and in terms of balance and in terms of being so striking from the side. young lady's maintainer heifer that came out of that division, it really fits the bill for me when it comes to power and when it comes to body shape and still being really, really sound and functional at the surface. The way I talked to her in class or in division, I guess, maybe just a little bit plain in terms of that front end. I'd like to stretch her out and I'd like to neaten her up, but she too is awfully valuable to me. A young lady's heifer that came out of the AOB division is the one that's hard to pick a really big hole in, just because she's got so many, covers the basics of a good cow in terms of body type, in terms of skeleton. There's really not anything wrong with her, but she's also not as extreme from a few different aspects when you compare her to the two that stand ahead of her from those other divisions. And then the young man's heifer that stands in the back of the lineup is one that I had talked. I like her in terms of having some added muscularity. Maybe just doesn't match up to some others out here in terms of look and presence and build. But a very challenging, high-quality group that we have out here in our drive. Congratulations to you kids. I'll put the mic down and grab the top 5.
She can't miss a thing. She can't miss a thing. She's got to make every meeting. Got to get her across the finish line.
Yes.
In your breeding heifer, your champion went to Carmen Knotts. The overall reserve champion went to Lexi Wright of the AOB class. Your third went to Charlie Hayes. Your fourth went to Lexi Wright out of the maintainer class. And fifth went to Kenzie Clark. We're now going to move into the market beef show. We're beginning with Class 1, your Simmental market steers. We have 2 entries, Emily Witt and Camber Rizzer.
Leading off our first division in the steer show here is a pair of Simmentals, and the young lady I had pull up here to my right is going to go ahead and be your champion. Now I know that he doesn't have as much in terms of weight and bulk and dimension, but I justify that by the fact that that one's still fresher in terms of his shape right now, and he's substantially better off either end of his skeleton when it comes to angles and when it comes to joint work. So I'll say he has enough muscle, he's the fresher calf, and that's where his advantages are clear, especially when she gets that one on the move, and he's so much more comfortable off either end of his skeleton. Nice way to go ahead and lead off. Young lady's steer that comes here in second, or will be your reserve champion, is certainly bulky. I love how that one's so big chested, correlates to the dimension and the mass that he has from there back. From behind the cattle, he's huge in terms of his hip and pin set. Where he falls for me, though, is one I venture to say that he's maybe just a nickel past his end point as far as finish goes, and then you go down to the surface, and that guy needs to be more comfortable in terms of the angle and construction to his shoulder and knee. The same can be said for his rear too, but really a nice fat steer that's got a lot to him. Congratulations to these two young ladies.
In our Simmental division, your champion went to Emily Witt, and your reserve went to Camber Rizzer. We're now going into the AOB market steers. We have 3 classes. In Class 2, Lila Riley, Laura Stemple.
Nice pair of steers here in our first class in this particular division. Honestly, the pair of them both have some things that I'd maybe like to tweak on and like to change when it comes to skeleton and when it comes to the basics of build. But when I set that aside and know that neither of them are just right for me, the young lady's white calf that ends up winning this class just has more in terms of meat animal quality. I think this guy's substantially softer and mellower in terms of his finish and in terms of the way he lays that on. I think he's softer and deeper in terms of his body type. And then from behind the cattle, you may not expect it, but he still has more in terms of pin width and power from that standpoint. Like I had said, I'd like to change both of them structurally, and this guy needs to be more relaxed in terms of the set to his knee, but aside from that, he still puts a lot of good together. Young lady's black steer that comes out here in second maybe reads just a nickel better in terms of substance, foot and bone. I like him in terms of moderation. That'll certainly prove to be valuable in many, many settings. But like I had said, from behind him, he just doesn't have enough. He gets flatter and more one-dimensional in terms of his top shape, and the same can be said as you get back into a flatter hip and pin set. And then at the same time, like to see that guy a little bit neater in terms of the way that his tail head lays in him. But like I said, a nice pair of cattle and a nice pair of showmen. Let's give them a hand.
In your Class 2, your first place went to Laura Stemple, and your second place went to Lila Riley. In Class 3, we have Callie Stemple and Chloe Kelly.
Another nice pair of steers, and the young lady's speckled up one that's going to go ahead and lead off. Just has more in terms of true meat animal shape and dimension from every angle that you look at him. I think the biggest advantage that he has is when it comes to moderation, because that allows him to just pack on more pounds and more product into a smaller package. And yet again, from the side, I think that guy just balances up maybe a nickel better in terms of proportions and in terms of his lower body shape. Nice way to go ahead and lead off. Now, there's certainly something to be said for the young lady's steer here in second, because in these times, I think his frame size would certainly be an advantage in a real world setting as far as pay weight goes. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I just don't think he has enough in terms of genuine shape. I want to see that guy shaped up high and better and bolder in terms of the turn to his upper rib and spine as well. But certainly a practical, easy feeding kind of a calf that has some quality in this pair.
In Class 3, first place went to Callie Stemple. Second place went to Chloe Kelly. We have one entry in Class 4, Chelsea Stevenson.
Nice single entry the young lady brings out to round out this division, and one that you really have to appreciate in terms of being so big-chested, and the fact that that lays the foundation to add so much dimension and true volume of muscle on from their back. I think just a good, practical kind of a fast steer to go ahead and win this single entry class. Let's give this young lady a hand.
In this class, Chelsea Stevenson receives first. Now coming back in for your champion of the AOB market steer, we need Laura Stemple, Callie Stemple, Chelsea Stevenson.
Nice trio of class winners and pair of seconds that we have back there from this division. And I do have to acknowledge the difference in terms of weight and size at this stage of the game, and that's something to certainly take into consideration during my final decision. What I'm going to do is use the one that I think is the most ready or fits the bill the best for me today, and then from there on back, just go based on quality, obviously, but good job to each and every one of you young ladies out here. Let's give them a round of applause, and I'll grab you a top 5 in this division.
In this division, your champion went to Chelsea Stevenson. Your reserve champion went to Laura Stemple. Third went to Callie Stemple. Fourth, Lila Riley. And fifth, Chloe Kelly. We're now in the crossbred with one entry in this class, Elizabeth Witt.
Nice single entry the young lady brings out here to lead off this division, and one that I have to appreciate in terms of functionality of build and being so practical and soft in terms of his body type. Maybe one that as an individual I'd like to see have just a nickel more in terms of shape and power, but otherwise, good job to you, young lady. Give her a round of applause as she exits the ring.
Elizabeth Witt gets first for this class. In class 6, our crossbred, we're looking for Brady Sines, Caden Boyard, Kenley Stone, Emma Stemple, London Castile, excuse me.
He looks like a panda. He's pretty. Roxy's heard. Roxy would go crazy over that one, wouldn't she? What now? It's a one straight. What is? I don't know.
Oh, you're thinking about a belted,
It's not Galloway, is it?
yes.
Is it a Galloway? Oh, you know your cows, don't you? No. You know what a Galloway is? Sis, do you know what a Galloway is? You know what a Galloway is? Oh, we've seen her somewhere. Her skin is so fair, isn't it? She got some poison in the sun. Did she?
No, you're right.
I used to have sun poison all the time. Oh, I had it throughout my early years, and it will scar you. boys went to it. In Arthurdale. They always went to fetch and tell them.
You don't remember, I probably wasn't home, I was out trucking.
You was out trucking, yeah.
Yeah, I heard tell them, but I didn't know.
Yeah, I would have to pick them up after work, yeah. But I was thankful for that program. White.
Definitely some variation in terms of type and kind in this particular group, but honestly, I just went ahead and sorted it based off of what's the most in line with my preferences and what I'm most looking at and what I'm looking for most out here today. A young man's calf that's going to go ahead and lead off to me has plenty of meat animal value and perhaps the most in this particular group, just when it comes to dimension and when it comes to skeletal width from every viewpoint. And then at the same time, I think in this group, he sets himself apart in terms of look through that front skeleton and in particular height of shoulder and extension from there forward. Now I will say when it comes to the real world, I'd like to see this guy bigger in terms of his growth pattern. I'd like to lengthen him out in terms of his cannon and extend him as far as his frame goes. But for me today, I think that's probably one of the better looking calves that still has plenty of power for me today, and that's why he wins. A young man's calf that rolls out here in second is honestly the combination one for me because he's got plenty in terms of muscularity. I like him in terms of his midrib and lower body shape, and he still has a lot of dimension from behind, but that's the plainer looking calf who's maybe a little rougher in terms of his joint work. I'd like to reconstruct that guy off of his rear too as well, especially when he gets out and the young man gets him going. A young lady steer that comes in third, probably a little better looking. If you're looking at his front skeleton, I think he's tall shouldered. I think he's really long necked and neat at the base of his jaw. But from there back, he's tricky because he's actually the most one-dimensional of the top trio when you stand behind him, and still need to see him reconstructed off either end. He's wanting to rock forward in that shoulder and knee and gets fairly stiff and straight from his hip to his hock and down to the surface as well. Young man's red calf that comes next is one that I can appreciate in terms of being practical in his lower body shape. He's certainly more functional in terms of his build compared to some others in this group. But for me, he gets too plain and one-dimensional, especially right there behind his shoulder. And then from there back, just like to change that guy as far as presence and look goes as well. Young lady's calf that rounds out this group is certainly ready to roll. I think he has a lot of cover laid on him, and he's really smooth from that aspect. I just need to see some shape and volume of muscle to go along with that. A very nice group. Let's give these kids a hand.
In your Class 6 crossbred, first place went to Caden Boyer, second to Kinley Stone, third to London Castile, fourth to Brady Signs, and fifth to Emma Stemple. We now have Class 7 in our crossbreds. Easton Hayes, Cody Titus, Brayton Hayes, Lena C., Riley Brown. We'd like to remind you of the sponsors that make this available. We have Ace Aggregates and Ace Materials. And our platinum levels here, J&K Livestock, Solid Rock Excavating Incorporated, Insurance Centers Incorporated, J.W. Wilhelm Ag Fencing LLC, Spike's Chimney Sweep, Wagner's Septic Service, Titan Roofing, Prodigy Fiber to Home, Lubison, H.A., The Farmer's Daughter, LLC, Nicholas Enterprises, LLC, Stone Asphalt, LLC, Lowe's of Oakland, Grant County Mulch, Stone Farms, Mountain Digital Hometown TV, and Affordable Signs Unlimited. Those are all platinum sponsors. In our gold sponsors, we have GEC Incorporated, Mike's Towing, Phillips Livestock, Polis Seal Coating LLC, White House Cattle, Transova Genetics, Preston Contractors Incorporated, Clear Mountain Bank, Stone Backflow Services, LEC Farm and Garden Market, Farm Credit of the Virginias, Wade Mayfield Memorial Fund, Anderson Excavating LLC, Jennings Excavating Incorporated, Modern Homestead, and Senator Randy Smith. In our silver sponsors, we have Westmar Angus and Outpost.
Young lady steer up front wins and does so relatively quickly for me today because not only does he cover the basics of a good market steer to the absolute best degree in this particular group, but still I think he's really, really good at the surface in terms of comfort, in terms of joint work, and in terms of taking a long, accurate stride and then packing on an awful lot of presence. And look, when the young lady gets him parked from the profile, a nice way to lead off. I think the young man steer in second follows that one well because he matches the kind of bulk and dimension in our class winner. Step behind him, and that guy is huge in terms of his hip and pin set. I think that guy's big in his forearm and has an awful lot of stifle shape to him. Where he lands himself in second today is when it comes to his build. He's more jammed up off either end of his skeleton and has maybe just a nickel too much in terms of set to his hop. If that were fixed, he'd maybe be able to compete with our class winner, but today he just needs to be changed as far as build quality goes. Really, really practical kind of a steer to be found here in third. I like this guy in terms of softness and depth of body. He's still got some dimension, and I like him in terms of being stretched out from the profile. For me, not only do I want to pick him up directly behind that shoulder, but I want to shape him up right there as well. It just needs a little more in terms of bulk and dimension at the top side of his skeleton today. A young man's calf that's going to go ahead and come next is really, really long-bodied. I like that about him. I like him in terms of substance and feature at the surface. To me, he just gets out-hustled in terms of dimension. He's more closed up about his chest, and that correlates with what's to come from their back. Then the young lady's calf that rounds out this particular group is really, really smooth in terms of the way that he's laying on that finish. If I were to get my hands on him, I bet he'd be fairly impressive from that standpoint. I just question how much genuine punch and power he has laid into him. Just need to see him have more from that standpoint, but a very, very high quality steer to round out this group nonetheless. Congratulations to you kids.
In Class 7, first went to Riley Brown, second, Cody Titus, third, Brayton Hayes, fourth, Easton Hayes, and fifth, Lena C. Class 8 in our crossbred, we have two, Jake Griner, and Dylan Titus. If you haven't bought one of our shirts, they are in the office. There are AYLS shirts for sale, and just stop by the registration office if you would like to pick one up.
Out here in our final class of this division, the young man steer that's going to start not only just looks more like a show calf in terms of build and in terms of presence and proportionality from the side, but I still think he reads more appropriate in terms of softness of forerib and in terms of and in terms of working back into a really stout hip and pin set. I actually think that guy's biggest advantage is from behind the cattle because he has more pop and punch to his upper hip and down into his stifle as well. Like I said, one that has some look, presence, and structural quality, but covers the fundamentals like I've been talking all afternoon here. A great deal of value to be found in him. Really, really big framed, long-sided kind of a calf here in second. Like this guy in terms of feet down at the surface, but for me, like I had said, he gets a bit more concave in terms of his forerib. He doesn't read quite as practical in terms of his body type, especially into that rear rib and flank. And then from behind the cattle, he just doesn't have quite as much in terms of genuine dimension and squareness. I'd like to change those few things about him, but like I said, a nice pair. Congratulations to you two young men.
In Class 8, first went to Jake Griner, second to Dylan Titus. We're now going into our crossbred champion. We're looking for Elizabeth Witt, Caden Bollard, Riley Brown, and Jake Griner.
His legs as short as the cows. There. They are. How they put them in the same class. Yeah.
Well, a great group of crossbred steers that we have out here, and I'm probably going to talk maybe a little longer than you guys want me to in this division, but the cattle that we've seen in this group have just got me thinking and got my mind churning about the show cattle industry. Not that anything out here is about me, it's all about you kids and your cattle, but actually being in this region of the world makes me think about my background. My parents are actually from Pennsylvania, moved to Wyoming to get out of a generational family business, and because my dad's dream was to raise show cattle, show steers in particular. And in order to do that, he purchased a feed yard because he couldn't pay for the show cattle without the practical, real-world, day cattle. And figuratively, that's what I'm looking for when I'm selecting your guys' livestock out here. I've talked about fundamentals and covering the basics of a good meat animal. That's what I look for first and foremost. And then after that, I look for as much presence and as much structural quality and as many unique pieces as I possibly can after that. There are a few out here that do those things very, very well for me. Put the mic down and grab you a top 5 crossbred. Let's give these kids a big hand.
Chelsea's getting ready to come out.
In our crossbred championship, Riley Brown is your champion. Your reserve champion goes to Jake Griner. Your third place goes to Cody Titus. Fourth, Caden Bolyard. And fifth, Dylan Titus. We now have our champion winners out of each one of the divisions back in the ring for your overall champion market steer.
Well, you guys have already heard me talk the cattle once or maybe even more, so I won't say much more about that, but I will just emphasize again how I'm appreciative of the quality that's to be found out here in your steer drive, and I'm looking forward to what's to come. As far as the market heifers go, I kind of gave my speech or my main point in the crossbred drive, 'cause that's what was on my mind at the time. So congratulations to you kids out here in the steer drive. If everyone could give them a really big hand, I'll grab you a top 5 market steer.
It will boost her confidence. It will definitely boost
In your champion market steer, your exhibitor is Riley Brown. Your reserve champion is Jake Briner. Third is Cody Titus. Fourth is Caden Boyard. And fifth is Dylan Titus.
He's tired, he needs a treat.
Class 9 begins our market heifers. Kaylin Barker, Cadence Hall, Ryan Neiman.
Nice place to lead off our market heifer show here with the young man's red heifer, and I think she just combines the most good as far as being soft and practical in terms of her body type, and then in this particular trio, that gal still has the absolute most to her. I think she stands out from that standpoint, and then when the young man gets her stopped and gets her pulled together from the side, I still like her in terms of her head shape and in terms of being neat in terms of being neat and sleek about her look up front. I think the one that just combines some structural quality along with the absolute most in terms of muscle, bone, and body. It gets maybe a little closer between second and third for me in this particular class, but ultimately the young lady's roan heifer reads better in terms of her lower leg in terms of her lower joint work. I think she's better at the surface and she's softer and more comfortable. Then aside from that, I particularly prefer the way that she's softer and mellower in terms of her body type. She reads more feedable because of that. And then the young lady's heifer that rounds out this trio is one that I can certainly appreciate in terms of pin width and power from behind the cattle. She's bold in terms of her stifle and her forearm as well. To me, she needs to be more relaxed in terms of her angles off either end of her skeleton and softened up in terms of her center body shape. A nice first class. Let's give these kiddos a round of applause.
In our Class 9 results for Margaret Heifer, first went to Ryan Neiman, second went to Kaylin Barker, third Cadence Hall. In Class 10, we have Skyland Strotterman and Sadie Roseberger. We would like to remind the Preston County Livestock kids, do not forget to sign out at the conclusion of the show today. Make sure you get signed out at the conclusion of the show.
Nice pair of heifers that these young ladies bring to us, and the one to my right that's going to go ahead and lead off not only has the advantage in terms of skeleton because she's softer at the surface and more comfortable off either end as the young lady has her going, but still, my favorite viewpoint of her is from behind the cattle. She's really, really bold and robust in terms of that upper rib and works a lot of dimension back there into her hip and pin set as well. I think when she has more in terms of bone, in terms of skeletal quality, and in terms of dimension, that's where she wins this class. Now the young lady's heifer here in second is neater looking up front. I appreciate how she's smoother about her pole. She's higher in terms of where she ties her neck into the top side of her shoulder and maybe just gives off a cockier look and has more presence from that standpoint. But like I had said, she needs to be reconstructed as far as her knee and ankle goes, and then just needs to have more as far as meat animal shape and dimension goes as well. Nice pair, like I had said. Congratulations to you two young people.
It results on Class 10. First place went to Skyland Strotterman. Second place went to Sadie Roseberger. And now we have Class 11. One entry are Hannah Collars.
Really appreciate this young lady's single entry heifer, just as far as having some moderation and still having that much length of side. I think off either end of her skeleton, she's got plenty of power laid into her. A nice job getting out here and getting her stuck, young lady. If we could give her a hand, that'd be great.
R.A. College gets first. Now we will pick our champion market heifer. Need Ryan Neiman, Skyland Strauderman, and R.A. Collars back in the ring, please.
Nice little market heifer show we've had here this afternoon, and it's a division that I can certainly appreciate. I'm not going to talk the livestock again. I'm pretty sure at this point you guys are probably tired of hearing my voice, and we have to do it again tomorrow. Great group, like I had said. Let's give these kids a hand, and I'll grab you a top 5.
Your champion market heifer was exhibited by Ryan Neiman. Reserve market heifer was exhibited by Skyland Strauderman. Third was R.A. Colors. Fourth was Sadie Roseberger. And fifth was Caitlin Barker.
I need third overall.
Well, for the final time, you guys certainly have a lot of good going for you as far as quality of livestock and quality of kiddos goes, so kudos to you for that. I'll just say thank you to the show crew for having me out before I put the mic down and emphasize how impressed I've been today and how much I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Good job to every kiddo that's been in and out of the ring today. It's certainly not for the faint of heart, and I never forget that, and I certainly commend you for what you're out here doing. Let's give everyone one last really big hand. I'll grab you a top 5 market animal.
In your overall drive for your market beef champion, Riley Brown was your champion. Your reserve was Jake Griner. Third was Cody Titus. Fourth was Caden Bolyard. And fifth was Ryan Nyman. I'd like to thank everyone for being here today. Have safe travels if you're leaving us on your way home. If you're not going to be here tomorrow, we'll see you in the morning. Preston County Livestock Youth, please sign out. Preston County Livestock Youth, please sign out.
you.